Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here. And Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone, doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54 Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I was born in a little village on the island. I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is K-L-O-C-K. Genius is common.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we are honored to welcome Deborah A trailblazer transcending the realms of thought leadership. Once a minister and engineer, Deborah has evolved into a holistic mentor, adept at guiding socially conscious leaders through the rigid landscapes of traditional business. Her approach is transformative, empowering those who stand at the margins with radical self-acceptance, helping them make their destined impact in our ever-changing world. Deborah's expertise also extends to advocating for diversity, equity, and inclusion in the corporate sphere. Her insightful perspectives reveal the financial and cultural depths of DEI, pushing for a systemic overhaul in thinking and leadership. Her voice doesn't just echo, it initiates a tidal wave of change in DEI implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce a visionary whose influence reshapes our corporate narratives. I bring you Deborah A.
Thank you. Wow, what an intro. Good morning. I'm going to start off this morning by reading an alternative to the American dream.
Oh, that's
if it's okay with you. You relaxedly wake up naturally. So imagine a day like this. You relaxedly wake up naturally, no alarm clock, eager to get to work. You make yourself the nourishing, delicious breakfast that you want in a leisurely manner, and you relax and you enjoy your meal. You open your email to see multiple messages of gratitude and appreciation from people that you've served in the previous days. You're not worried about who to buy what gifts for Christmas because your loved ones simply appreciate your presence, meaning the way that you show up, being yourself. And that's the greatest gift that they could receive from you.
Hey, Deborah, one moment. We're going to come right back to you. We've got to cut to a commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Sure.
No worries.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
All right, we are back, Miss Deborah. We'll let you go ahead and continue. You're looking just fine.
Thank you. All right. So I was reading my alternative to the American dream. So waking up in the morning in a relaxed pace, being able to make your own breakfast the way you want, opening your email to seeing lots of words of appreciation and gratitude for the work and the service that you've rendered. Your children share with you how they want to be like you when they grow up because you're a real hero who uses your power for good. You've stopped worrying about money because it's been proven to you time and again that you're always taken care of. You receive financial, emotional, and practical support from the people around you just for being yourself. That's nothing that you had to earn. You feel so moved with gratitude and abundance that you daily, freely gift others with your own natural gifts or talents when you see that they are needed, and you don't expect anything in return because you know that you have more than enough. This is life in the gift economy. It is a place in our Western world that few have really fully entered. I saw my father enter it, and now I've entered it. And there's nowhere else that I'd rather be. You see, the world needs leaders who can operate well outside of business as usual, because business as usual is dying. And soon, most will be displaced. Most people will not have the jobs they used to have and the comforts that they used to have because this world is crumbling. But no one is teaching us how to move out of the money economy, how to take back our natural, social, cultural, and spiritual capital and abundance that has been exploited and stripped to feed the god money. I wish that I had found out this information when I was a teenager. I know I would have made a deeper and greater contribution by now to humanity. I probably also wouldn't have gone to college or into the workforce, not because those things are wrong. There's nothing wrong with those things, but because they did not support my genius. And what is my genius? My genius is helping people to shift the way they see themselves and the world around them. So let's talk, when we're talking about shifting the way you see yourself, let me introduce myself. My name is Deborah A., and I am a holistic leadership mentor. And I am here on a mission. You see, right now, the world is in a meta crisis. And the only thing scarier than what's actually happening is the fact that most people just don't know just how close to complete collapse we're at. If it's not just in the business world, it's in every aspect of life. Our world has very little natural resources left. We have very little social resources left. They've been stripped. Now everyone's hooked to their phones, and we've lost our sense of community, both as in towns and in families, but also on a global scale. We've lost a lot of our sense of community. We feel isolated, even though we're more connected than ever. So right now, this meta crisis that we're finding in every aspect of life is largely contributed to by business. And when I say business, I mean business as usual. Business on its own as a concept is a beautiful thing. We're here in the Black Business Network. However, most of the business as usual practices that we've been taught or we've adopted are actually corrupting our planet, corrupting our world, corrupting our quality of life, which is why you can see someone who's aspiring to be a CEO of a Fortune 100 company, and yet they have all kinds of health and social crises. Their family life is a mess. Maybe their health is a mess. That shouldn't be, right? It should be that business helps us to be healthier and happier and have more full lives, not that it erodes the quality of life. But we talked about this a little bit the last time I was here. I talked about why the money system has eroded our quality of life, not just for humans, but for all life forms on the planet. So I'm preaching to the choir here. I'm not going to go deep into it, but I'm here to call our attention to how we can either contribute to that, the death of our well-being, or to life-enhancing systems. It's not that difficult. So just imagining that day that I read to you at the beginning, an alternate to the American dream, the dream that I have and that I'm living now, of living in a place of abundance and of being in the gift, whether or not I'm making six figures. So some of the things that I mentioned, if you want to be in an alternate to the American dream that's destroying our planet, there's a couple things that need to be there in place so you can check and see if this is you. First and most informally, you have to want to be the change. If you don't want things to change, if you want things to stay the same, or if you want things to be comfortable for you in our current status quo world, then this isn't for you. If you're not willing to look and see that 99% of the solutions that we have out there are actually part of the problem and are contributing to the problem, greenwashing, misleading advertising, and so forth, then this isn't for you either. You need to be willing to prioritize service over comfort. Doesn't mean that they're mutually exclusive. We can be comfortable and be of service, but there are going to be times when we're going to need to make a choice as to which one is more important to us. So if we prioritize comfort over service, then this isn't for you. But if you're someone who wants to leave a legacy, who wants to be a responsible and generous and benevolent ancestor for the 7 generations to come after you, if you're someone who wants to live a life of contribution, then this is for you. If you are open to unconventional methods to accessing what is yours to do. So I'm not a big fan of saying everyone needs to recycle, everyone needs to eat less meat, everyone needs to drive and whatever. That's not me, because obviously I'm not everyone. You're not everyone. But each of us has something to do. Each of us has a unique, irreplaceable, and vital contribution to the world that we want to see. So the last requirement for this information to be applicable to you is that you need to be open to trusting yourself more than external authorities, the bank system, the news, being able to trust your knowing, your intuition, your wisdom, the inner wisdom that you have more than external authorities, myself included. I don't see myself as an authority, but if you see me as an authority, trust yourself more. That's something that you need to have. So if you're open to that, to being the change, to prioritizing contribution over comfort, to being open to alternative ways to accessing what is yours to do, and to trusting yourself more than external authorities, well, then this is going to really be supportive for you. So a little tiny bit about me. I am a trained architect and engineer. However, I had to, at some point in time, step back and away from those careers. Now, both as an employee and as an entrepreneur, I've had the opportunity by this point in time to be able to be a multiple six-figure earner. However, I walked away from those paths. And while I'm not making six figures right now, I don't believe that there's anything wrong with making six figures. It's just that I understood that the way that I was going about it just was in complete dissonance with what my calling was here to do. So that's one of those examples where I started to trust myself more than the external authorities who told me how I needed to be, how I needed to work, and how I needed to show up. And instead, I trusted what was coming forth from within me. So right now, I'm a member of what is a small group of geniuses from around the world called the Future Earth Foundation. And we are here working to create the infrastructure needed for a post-capitalist world, for a world when all of these systems that we're leaning on so heavily right now collapse and crumble. How do we learn how to not just survive, but thrive through times of great uncertainty? The pandemic made it clear for us that we're not going back to the old normal, and that those old ways, they don't work anymore. People are quitting. People are changing the way that they show up in their lives. And unfortunately, we're just not getting enough guidance in how to navigate through uncertainty in a way that actually sustains life on the planet. So that's what I'm here to change. See, one thing that I shared the last time too is that business as usual was built on slavery in every aspect. Literally, and right now, energetically, we are still slaves. We're not free. Because if we stop going to our job, if we stop hustling as entrepreneurs, if we stop pushing ourselves in ways that don't feel natural and healthy for us, if we stop doing that, what happens? Even when we do take our breaks, even when we do take our vacations, even when we do things that are relaxing, often it's not enough, right? And often, even in our break time and our rest time, unwittingly, unknowingly, we often are contributing even more to the destruction of our commons. So what can we do about that? I've mentioned that the root cause of many of our societal ills is scarcity. And scarcity comes from our fiat money system that is based on debt. Money is written to existence by creating more debt. So we're always in debt. And even when we ourselves may not have credit card bills, we may not even be paying a mortgage, we're still paying for that debt in the services and the goods that we purchase. So this is all kind of in a myth world. It's all kind of an illusion, because the real nature of life is abundance. The real nature of life is that we all have more than enough. There's more than enough on this planet to sustain all of us. But we need to shift the way that we see the world around us, which is where I come in. This is my zone of genius. And this is what I'm here to make simple and not complicated for you, so that you can actually start to use it. So one thing that I want to share is that if you're wondering, like, what's the point of shifting my perspective? Like, it's too hard. There's too many people around me. Well, here's where I want to come back to prioritizing contribution over comfort. There's no way that you can bring your greatest contribution to life, what is uniquely yours to contribute to humanity and to the planet, if you are still feeling the slavery of business as usual, if you're still feeling stuck and tight and in fear. And I'm not saying this in judgment, because I feel it too. I feel the fear every day too. I feel the tightness every day. But I'm just making different choices about how I respond to that. And I'm not letting it stop me from doing what it is I'm here to do. And this is my encouragement for you, is to not let it stop you from doing what you're here to do. So how can we do this? How can we make the shift from being in this slavery to this business as usual system that we didn't create, but we are all at the mercy of, into being in what I described at the beginning, which is that gift economy, that alternative to the American dream that actually supports life first for you, for your children and your loved ones, and then for the planet. Well, I have a really simple 3-step process. The first process, if you can think about it like a camera and how you can really get a good picture. So first is zooming in. And zooming in means coming into me. How are you unique as an individual? How am I unique as an individual? How do I lead myself? How do I show up for myself? And what do I mean by that? Well, we've all heard the phrase of negative self-talk or positive self-talk in general, right? That self-talk is how we respond to it, how we navigate it, is a part of how we lead ourselves. Another thing is our mindfulness, our awareness of how we show up, what we're thinking about, how we're reacting to things. That is part of how we lead ourselves. And each of us has a unique way of being, just like our fingerprints that are unique. We each have a unique way of being. So it's getting to know that on an intimate level. And there's very, very simple tools that you can use to do that. Another second point is to zoom out. So first we zoomed in and found out how we're unique. Another way of looking at that is how we're differentiated. Now, zooming out is, how do I contribute to the greater whole? What is my unique contribution? I shared with you a little bit of mine. A high-level version of mine is that I'm here to shift the way people see themselves and the world around them. What's your unique contribution to the greater whole? It's being able to zoom out and see the bigger picture and how you fit into it. And that's an integrated person, someone who knows how to lead themselves and then can show up in that way to be a leader for others and to contribute their greatest gifts to the greater whole, to the greater community. We could even think about it like the social, spiritual, and cultural commons. And then the third part of this process is to reset our focus. So just like with a camera lens, you can reset your focus. Resetting our focus as individual leaders is resetting our priorities, because our priorities are what we focus on, right? So I gave you one example of a priority shift. If you were someone who was focused or prioritizing comfort, someone who really could benefit from and who could really be a leader moving into the world that's emerging is someone who prioritizes contribution, which doesn't mean that you don't have any comfort. It just means that it's not the most important thing to you. So any culture, if you look at Native American, if you look at different West, South, and East African and North African cultures, if you look at indigenous peoples in Europe and in Asia, you will find that the deep indigenous wisdom, they always have their priorities right. They know what's important. They're not blinded and misguided by the world around them. Am I running out of time?
No, actually, you were talking so interesting that we wanted to get a little bit more in-depth focus from you, because, man, I mean, what you're talking about is, how do we survive in this, this world of crisis? Everyone knows that we've got some issues here. These are psychological impacts. They impact us on a lot of different levels. Quick question. I know you're a DEI expert, and that, that really pertains to the corporate world. And then you're working holistically with a lot of different entrepreneurs. How do you combine those two worlds?
That's a great question, and it's something that I dance with every day. I don't claim to have all of the answers. I just know that I'm guided to where I'm supposed to be when I'm supposed to be there. So a lot of my work with DEI when I was in corporate was, it was beautiful, but it also had ceilings. So now I'm waiting for the next chapter and the next opening to be able to expand on that work, because in corporate, because it's set up in business as usual and the priority is profit maximization, it kind of goes counter to everything that DEI is about. Let's just be honest. So if you're going to really prioritize profit, then you can't prioritize people. And I know that there's this thing called the triple bottom line, but truthfully, when you really look carefully at it, there's a lot of greenwashing happening there, because it's just profit maximization requires a different set of priorities and focus than people focus, where you're really interested in developing the well-being of person. It doesn't mean that you can't have profit while taking care of your people. It just means that profit cannot be your priority if you want to truly take care of your people. It needs to be under that, not above it.
You know, what you're saying is so true. I've noticed, especially in the Gen X, Gen Z generation, that they're more purpose driven than profit driven. Like, all right, it's nice to make money, but what are you doing with it? You know, what is the point? Is it the point of just having a whole bunch of, accumulated wealth, and you're just sitting there, in this line, like, look at me. Like, what are you doing with this newfound wealth, or whatever it can be? Are you contributing to the benefits of humanity in positive manners? And I think you're going to see a greater cry for that from people. Like, I don't, that's great. You made, $4 zillion, because that's what you're talking about. If you take in a world of scarcity, and then you just bring it to the few, those few don't survive too well without the many. So if you're not reinventing, or I would say reinvesting in people in positive manners, the accumulation of wealth has no meaning. So I agree with you.
Agreed.
So one other question I have for you. I want to understand more. If somebody wants to get involved with you from a business standpoint, like, hey, you know what, Deborah A., I feel you. I see what you're talking about. How can you help me in my walk in life?
Well, that's excellent. Thank you for that question. So, at first, for an individual, the best place to start is that zoom in that we talked about just a moment ago, which is just to get to know your own personal leadership styles. So I offer holistic leadership style assessments that are very low commitment, but help you to start to get to know your own personal, unique leadership style that's unique to you as an individual. And then I also, in that leadership style assessment, I help you to apply it to your work. So whether it's that you have your own business, or you are on a mission, you're on some sort of, community-based project, whatever it is, we will find a way to get you started, to get the ball rolling of making your unique contribution, while at the same time honoring your unique way of showing up in the world. That's a great place to start. Now, for business leaders, I don't say owners anymore, because we're really trying to move away from slavery in all its forms. So for business leaders who have employees, who have teams, we would start the same way, but in parallel to me helping the individual leader with their style, their leadership style, I would also start working with whoever is their HR liaison, or whoever are facilitators in their company. And I work with them in a really, really simple process that they experientially will learn after 6 to 9 months. They will be able to facilitate this process long after I'm gone in the company, and help everyone in that company to feel psychologically safe, to build a truly trustworthy brand and community and company, and to be able to make their own unique contribution in the world. So it's not to say that you're going to axe your business, but that you're just going to align it better with life supporting and life enhancing systems. And you will know that is specific to you and your company, what you're here to contribute to the world. You will know that. It's not going to be something, I'm going to give you this model and you follow it. It's going to be something that you will be guided to see, okay, this is what's right for me and for my company. And you'll be able to be flexible, resilient, and dynamic enough to respond to our continuously changing times.
I like that. A purpose-driven business. That what you're doing is for a very specified, very detailed understanding of the purpose and the business problem that you're solving with community impact. I like that. I like that. I like that. Just real quick, because now we've got a few minutes left. What was your epiphany in your life that led you to this understanding and this calling?
Thank you for asking that. That's a really good question. And it's not really easy to pinpoint to one thing. I've always, since I was a little girl, I've always not fit anywhere. My parents are West African. I didn't really fit with the West African peeps. I didn't really fit with the African American peeps. I didn't fit with my white colleagues in school. And it was always this place of like, where do I fit? I don't belong in any of these stories. I didn't belong in my religion and my career. But what I ended up seeing was, because I was always looking for how to belong, belonging was a huge theme for me. Learning how to create belonging for myself, and then also trying to see how I could belong with others, because both are necessary. You can't have one without the other and think that you're really belonging. That really pushed me on that quest to find those few times when I felt safe somewhere, or those few times when I felt like I belonged. What was different? So that's really what started me down this path. And I just found that I belonged with the people who were like, hey, we're in a meta crisis and nothing is working. None of these systems ever worked. And we've all sensed it. Everyone in this mindset has sensed this for most of our lives, but we always were the odd man out, the black sheep, the weirdo, and so now we're finding each other and we're coming together because we realize now what our purpose is on the planet is not to be weirdos. It's to be bridges from the old to the new. It's to help guide the leadership and to help support life enhancing systems so that our humanity doesn't have to cease as a species on the planet, for us to be able to thrive and to be able to support life again.
Wow, I like that. And I've been talking about what I sense. I've been around for a couple of decades, right, and seen certain things. And I do like that we need a shift. We've got to find that. And I think we're going into a cultural renaissance, the better understanding that's going to infuse people with purpose. We, like you said earlier, you need money. You need money because of the way it's set up in our society, no doubt. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that system. But what comes after that? What is the point? And if you're not doing things with a clear vision of not just the basic survival, but we got to get into this self-actualization state and purpose, because we have a very short window of life. When you really think about it, 0 to 100, most people are going to fit into, well, in the scope of a very large scope of life and the ecosystem of how things live. That's not a very long period of time. So you should be doing something of purpose. That's why we're here on the Black Business Network. We want to bring out this new awareness and allow people to express themselves. And you're bringing some uniqueness to the table and allowing, because I've heard from a lot of people, especially my kids and the kids now, right, that they want to do something that has some purpose and some meaning behind it. So I love what you're bringing together. How can people get in touch with you?
Best way is LinkedIn. My handle is The Real Deborah A. So TheRealDeboraha. That is my handle, and you can find me on LinkedIn. That's the best place to connect with me. Also occasionally on Facebook, but not really as much, but the same handle, The Real Deborah A. And really what I wanted to encourage is for people to read No Bad Parts and Sacred Economics. Those are two really powerful books. No Bad Parts is by Richard C. Schwartz, and Sacred Economics by Charles Eisenstein really kind of lay out the background and give really great examples for what I've shared very forcefully today here, because I think that that's important for people to not just take my word for it, but like really look into it for themselves and see there's other ways of showing up and being that we're never told about.
No, that's wonderful. And I thank you for sharing that on the Black Business Network, the Black Business Olympics. This has been great. Thank you for giving us our morning coffee. This has been wonderful. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful vision. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, and that's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2023, NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, The Hello LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shiny Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
To celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. You know, people ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, to dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Did you know that our black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join us. www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platforms, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them. supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaving, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Williams.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5 Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. In the world of business leadership and motivation, it is my great honor to introduce our next speaker, Wade Randolph, CEO of Randolph Unlimited, a renowned author. Wade has penned Stay Strong Through the Storm and Leadership 911 and co-authored the amazing #1 bestseller, World Class Speaking in Action. What sets Wade apart is his unique blend of real-life business acumen and in-depth study. For 17 years, he has been a globe-trotting speaker, imparting wisdom on leadership, teamwork, communication, and motivation, including a notable presentation at Westminster Hall in London, England. His expertise extends to the intricate realms of neurolinguistics. I said that wrong. Linguistics. Constantly evolving strategies to enhance workplace performance and productivity. Wade Randolph is not just a speaker. He's a motivator and a trainer dedicated to transforming today's business professionals into achievers, leaders, and history makers. His mantra, grow more, achieve more, be more, reflects his belief in the boundless potential of the human spirit, guided by an improved mindset, skill set, and strategy. So, without further delay, I present to you a visionary in leadership and motivation, Wade Randolph.
Good morning, Grant. How are you?
I am doing wonderful. Wade, how are you doing?
Very well. So let's dive right into neurolinguistics programming, and we'll come back to that.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna let you say that. That definitely was a tongue twister for me. And I'll join you a little later in your presentation. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Excellent. So good morning. My name is Wade Randolph, Randolph Unlimited professional training and speaking company. I specialize in helping small business owners increase profit, performance, and productivity in their company. Peter Drucker, a few years ago, said the 3 most important words to business owners that we all must listen to and almost take time to understand. Right now, we're in different times. We're in the times of change, challenge, and overwhelming complexities. Please write that down. We're in the time of change, challenge, and overwhelming complexities. Here's a question to you. Have you noticed the changes in your business? Are you going through challenges? And what about the complexities that you are encountered? I have a lot of business clients that now business has become more complex, more competitive. And since COVID, they're wondering, how do they take their business to the next level? Are you wondering that? And the number one thing that we need to do to overcome change, challenge, and overwhelming complexities is to look at how can we become better leaders. I wrote the book a few years ago, Leadership 911, How to Lead During Times of Change, Challenge, and Overwhelming Complexities. So I want to share with you some insights, some thoughts of how to take your business and you personally and professionally to the next level. Now, what is leadership? I want you to write that down. What is leadership in your words, in your thought, and even in the business that you run? You see, there are several definitions for leadership, but here's one that I've come upon and I've stuck with for years. It was penned by a sixth president of the United States, and you probably don't even recognize it or know him, John Quincy Adams. And Adams said, if I can help a man or a woman do more, achieve more, or become more, then you are a leader. So here's the question you must answer. In your business and even in your personal life, who are you helping become more? Who are you helping do more? Who are you helping achieve more? See, here's what I tell my clients, and even when I do my presentations, that we all have what's called an energy signature. An energy signature. And that energy signature is that when you bring your talents, your abilities to the forefront, then you're becoming an example to people of what they can do instead of warning of what they can't do. You're becoming an example instead of a warning. And that is the true essence of a leader. When you can be an example to people of what's possible for them. See, a lot of people suffer from, please write this down, possibility blindness. What are you blind to? What is it, the area that you need to improve upon? What's the area that you can expand beyond? What's the, as Brian Tracy says, how can you get out of your comfort zone and go into your danger zone to bring out the more of you? And I think more than ever, more in this time, we need people that are willing to stand up and say, let me be an example. Let me be a leader. Let me be a person that will make the difference. Let me be a person that will take my company and the people to a different path. What's the path that you're willing to venture on that will make the difference of how you as a business owner and how your company will excel to be different in 2023, that you'll make a difference, more profit, better performance, and better connection in 2024. So I often do a small test. I want you to take a leadership test with me this morning. So I want you to, if you grab your pen, pad, or a piece of paper, I want you to draw a line straight across it. And I want you to number it from 1 to 10. And I want you to rate yourself this morning as a leader. If you gave yourself a rating between 1 and 10, and if you rated yourself as a leader, what would you be? What would you rate yourself? Would you be an 8, a 9? How many people would be a 10? See, here's what I know, and please note this. What gets measured gets mastered. What gets measured gets mastered. How would you rate yourself? And what would you have to do to take yourself to the next level? Let me give you an example. If you rate yourself as an 8, what would you have to learn? What would you have to do? What would you have to master in order to take yourself to the next level of a 9 or a 10? And I wish I had did this a few years ago when I decided to go into leadership. And let me say again, leadership is not easy, but it's necessary. And I didn't even know that I had a leadership potential in me. I used to work for a real estate firm, and that firm years ago was going through changes and the market was down. See, I think the market's like a roller coaster. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. And my company was going through changes, and they said, Mr. Randolph, can we see you? And the owner at that time, Mr. Good, said, look, we're going to be making changes and we need to see you in our office. And I said, well, I'm not really understanding why you want to see me. He said, young man, I'm going to suggest that you be in my office within the next hour, or you may not have a position with the company. Let me tell you, when you see that your job might be floating out the window, it is time that you listen to the owner of the company. And I was there in 45 minutes or less. And he said, we're making changes in the company and we're letting some people go and we're asking some people to stay. And you can tell I'm a bald guy and I started to sweat. I said, look, I really don't know why we're having this conversation. He said, well, we're looking for a new manager. I said, you already have a manager. He said, no, we had a manager until 15 minutes ago. We let him go. And we're going to ask you to consider being the new manager. Now, let me tell you, I didn't have any management experience. I didn't have any concept ideas of how to run that office. And I said, well, I'm not sure I'm the right man for the job. He said, young man, if that's not the position you want, then you don't have any position with this company. See, sometimes you're going to be put in an awkward position that you've got to make a real tough decision at that moment, at that time, even that you don't see yourself having the skill. And I said, let me, I can't answer that right now. Give me about a few minutes to call my wife. See, here's what I want you to write down. Sometimes you need somebody in your corner that will help you think in those tough times. I tell my clients, find a power partner. What's a power partner? You're asking, Wade. Somebody that can tell you not what you want to hear, but what you need to hear, that will help you pass those dark times, those challenging times, especially when we get in business. You see, often in business, we don't have anybody that we will bounce our ideas off of that instead of being yes people, they will say, think about this at a different level. So I called her and she said, I want you to think about this real quickly because you don't have any management experience. Quite frankly, you don't have any leadership experience. And those people don't need a new manager. They need leadership. And I said, well, she said, listen to me very closely. She said, if you take that position, then you want to become not the best manager they have. You want to become the best leader they have ever had and move them to another level. I took that position. Even though I didn't have the talents, even though I didn't have the ability, even though I didn't have the skill. And before we sold that company, I took that company from number 5 in our market to number 2. Here's my point to you. I was telling you that small story. What is it? What skills, what talents, what abilities do you need to work on, that you need to look at, that you need to craft and hone in order to take yourself to the next level of leadership? See, now I didn't wait for expertise to come to me. I traveled throughout the U.S. looking for classes to take, learning from different people, learning from different thought leaders at that time. So here are 3 areas I want you to ask yourself. The 3 areas that leaders must focus on. Number 1, what's your level of communication? How do you communicate with other people to let them know that you influence their mindset and their thinking? How effective are you as a communicator? Number 2, what's your skill set in getting the job done? See, I want you to write this down, citizenship. See, leaders must have citizenship to say, this is what we can do as a team, and not only be willing to do the thought work. Everybody talks about vision, but also you must have the skill set in order to craft and make sure that the vision becomes a reality. How are you willing to work? How are you willing to wipe the sweat from your brow instead of just allowing people to do the work for you? Communication, citizenship. Here's the other one that we always talk about, but I don't think a lot of people get it, vision. What's the vision that you have to make things better and move forward with a better tomorrow? See, I want you to note this. We've got to learn to live out of our imagination instead of our history. Let me say that again. We've got to be willing to live out of our imagination instead of our history. How would you imagine that your company could be better for 2024? How would you imagine that you will bring your people together in a better level? What is it that you can do to imagine that something will be better within your company, within what you do to stand out? See, I think any company, any business owner must be willing to learn how to blend out instead of blend in. What will you do differently next year that 2024 will be different than 2023? And how would you craft that imagination, sit down and put it in a plan to make that plan become a reality? Communication. Making that vision a reality. Citizenship. See here, please note this. People don't plan to fail. They just fail to plan. Most people wait till January 1 to start planning for the year. I say, no, now's the time that we must start to plan and make that vision based upon making something better in 2024 a reality. What are your plans? What's the insight? What's the people that you need to talk with? See, here's what I would say that my clients, I tell them we must develop strategic relationships. And that's what Black Business Network is. Look at the speakers that you see on this platform and reach out to them. Develop strategic relationships so that you can hone a relationship and get their wisdom, their insights. That maybe they can help you and maybe you can help them. See, here's what I know. You can't do it alone. If you're truly going to be a leader, you can't do it alone. There's an old saying, iron sharpens iron. How can you help other people and let them help you move your business and company to the next level? Remember what I said earlier, most of us suffer from possibility blindness. We are blind to what we can do. And as Mike Williams said, sometimes in life, you'll need a cheerleader and you need a coach. Sometimes in life, you need a cheerleader and you need a coach. Who will be your cheerleader to help you get over those tough times? To tell you what you need to hear instead of what you want to hear, like my wife did me. And who will you get as a coach that says, let's look at it from a different perspective. Let's look at it from a different strategic point. Let me connect you with someone else that can take you to another level. See, you can't see the picture when you're in the frame. See, sometimes you can't see it, but other people that like-minded people, that people that have been that same journey that you've been, that people that have been those steps that you want to step can give you a different perspective, a different insight. So if you've listened to this so far, we're talking about Leadership 911, how to lead during times of change, challenge, and overwhelming complexities. So in 2024, what makes and what are the elements of a good leader? I want you to write the elements down and I want you to really listen closely. Because right now, people are looking for, in this difficult time, people are looking for someone that can really stand up and be the example. So what are the elements that make a good leader? Let me give you 3 most important elements that I tell my clients. Number 1, make sure that your clients and even those that work for you and even those that are within your pack, make sure they know that you care about them. See, now more than ever before, we just can't treat people like a number. People want to know that they are valued and they are cared for, or why is it that they are there with you? Please write this down. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Number 2, if you talk about caring, then what's your character? Can people trust you? Will they respect you? What's the character that you tell people when they see you that, yeah, that's a person that I want to be around, that I want to affiliate with? What's your character? I was reading a story a few months ago about Jackie Robinson, black baseball player. And it was difficult when Jackie was started to play in the baseball. And after he had hit a home run, he was walking back to the dugout. One man stopped as he was passing Jackie through the dugout, and he threw his soda in Jackie's face. I know you're saying, Wade, if somebody throws a soda in my face, that would be the last soda that they would ever throw. But here's one thing about Jackie that was very interesting. The man had dropped the cup, and Jackie took his baseball bat, put it down for a moment, picked up the cup, and handed it to the man and said, look, you dropped your soda. You see, Jackie's character was so big that he didn't let something like that affect him because he carried himself with a level of caring for him. Jackie carried himself that he knew that he wanted to exhibit the best in him when someone was trying to bring out the worst. See, that's a leader. See, in this time, we've got to exhibit the best in us, because you never know. When you think no one's looking at you, someone's always looking. Someone's always trying to see how you're going to react. Someone's always measuring your character. And I think we're in a time where we've got to live not from the outside in, but from the inside out. We've got to stand up inside ourselves and say, I can deal with this. I can work this. I can overcome this, regardless what challenges you're going through. You see, if you think no one's looking, someone's always looking. And more than anything, our young people are looking at how we as older adults, older Black Americans carry ourselves. Right now, more than ever before, we've got people that are saying, how will you react? How will you carry yourself? And the reality, our young people are 50% of our population, but 100% of our future. And the way that we act in difficult times is the way that we will teach them and train them how to deal with their difficult times. How are you carrying yourself? What example are you being? Again, you got to learn to walk your talk and be example instead of a warning. That's character. Here's the other thing that's very important. How will you show respect to those people around you? Caring, citizenship, character, and respect. How will you show respect to the people around you? I was going in the store the other day, and an older lady was trying to get in, and she probably could have been my grandmother or yours. And young boys ran in, and the glass door was heavy, and they just slammed it in her face. But there was one young man that stopped, and he turned around, and he went back, and he opened the door for her and said, please, you go in. See, that's respect. How are you showing respect that you are showing people that they have some value? Maybe it's not what you say, it's just what you do. How are you showing people that you care about them? How are you showing people that they value? Here's why I challenge you. Leaders always are in the mindset and in the presence of making people feel special. So here's what I want you to do today. If you're willing to take a leadership challenge, I call this creating a special moment. I want you to take time today, and I want you to pick up the phone and just think of someone you haven't talked with, someone that you haven't connected with. And I want you to pick up the phone and just call them and say, hey, look, I was just thinking about you. I just wanted to see how you were doing. See, leaders create special moments to show other people that they respect them. I had the pleasure some years ago of meeting Cicely Tyson. I learned a very important leadership lesson from her. Miss Tyson said, Wade, I'm always looking to show people that they matter. I'm always looking either with just a smile, with just a wink, or good morning to show people they matter. So here's what I'm asking you to do. If you're willing to be a leader, stop this morning and speak to people as you're walking down the street. Pick up the phone today and show people that they matter. Because what's very important, if you're going to be a leader, is people that you respect people and you let people know that you care. Remember what I said earlier. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Those are the 4 elements I want you to work on as being a leader in our community as you move into 2024. But if we talk about Leadership 911 a little bit further and go a little bit deeper, I want to ask you, who are you? How do you define yourself as a leader? See, I had the pleasure of talking with Les Brown, the motivational speaker, a few years ago. And he said something that was very interesting. He said, you got to become self-definitional. Write that down. Become self-definitional. And I said, Mr. Brown, what does that mean? And he said, Wade, you've got to learn, and people have to be willing to learn that they are not defined by their environment or what's going on in their environment. If they're going to be self-definitional, then they've been asked to ask themselves each day, what's their mission in life? And what will they stand for so that people will remember them long after you have left their presence? Become self-definitional. I went to a family member's funeral a few years ago, and they said, will anyone stand up and say a few words for Mr. George? I'm using Mr. George because I don't want to reveal his real name. If anyone in the church will stand up and just say a few words. And the minister said, does anyone have a few words? We have 2 minutes for each person. And the sad reality, no one in the church stood up. Here's the question that you need to ask. How will you want to be remembered? As a leader, what would you want people to say about you when they are no longer in your presence or you're no longer in their presence? How would you become self-definitional that people will remember you long term after you are gone? Now, I know that's a deep question, a heavy question for this morning, but it's one that if you're serious about leadership, that you must answer. I often work with business professionals, but I did something a little different last month. I spent the month training with young people on public speaking. Remember what I said earlier. Our young people are 50% of our population, but 100% of our future. And if we don't invest in them, then who will? Who will help expand their knowledge, their level of thinking? Who will help them to expand the vision of themselves? How are you spending time crafting and helping our young people create a better vision for themselves? And realistically, I worked with about a room of 30 people, and the overall goal was to have those young people be able to speak for 5 minutes before a live audience. And at the end of 4 weeks, I would like to tell you that I got all 30 to speak. But see, if we're serious about our young people, there are some that we will help save, and there are some that will listen to our voice. See, all young people won't listen to your voice, but I got 5 of them. And those were the 5 that I was supposed to help educate, help expand their mindset, help expand their skill set. Those other 25, they might be the people that you're supposed to work with. But I got 5 of them to stand up before a live audience to speak for 5 minutes each. Now, it's even difficult for older adults to speak for 5 minutes, especially before a live audience. But those 5 that got up when we finished, the greatest pay you can get is when they came back and said, I couldn't have done it without you. This made a difference for me, and this has changed how I see myself.
Wow. Wait, you're making a difference for me.
You
I'm
know,
taking a self-assessment myself. I'm going through that 1 through 10. I'm like, all right, this is how I see it. How do others see it? So I like your perspectives on a lot of these different things. They're very, very wonderful. If you had this, I'll ask you this. If you had to think of one of the things that you talk about in leadership that really stands out, like, hey, if you just honed in on this one thing in your walk of life that you feel is important, what would that one thing be?
Value. Make sure that you're giving value of yourself, that you value yourself, and that you're bringing value to others. See, let me dig down deep on that for a minute. It's not what we bring to, it's not just about the hour. It's the value that we bring to the hour. What value are you offering your clients? What value are you offering the people around you? What value will you offer today? Number two, most people don't value themselves. They walk around. The overall job of a leader, and please, anyone that's listening to our voice, write this down. The overall job of the leader is not to create followers. The overall job of a leader is to create other leaders. But in order to do that, we've got to value ourselves. So if we had to drill down, value to others and value yourself.
I 100% agree with that. You've got to bring value. You have to understand what is valuable, not only to yourself, but who you're working with. That is so important. I see such misalignment today in the business where I see it all the time on platforms like LinkedIn, where I get constant messages from somewhat strangers, from people, constantly asking me, say, hey, here's something you might find valuable, but they haven't done their research. They haven't really looked. So there's misalignment, so what it really comes down to is self-serving. You're self-serving, because if you were serving me, if you're trying to serve me, you would do a little bit of research. You would say, hey, you know what? Based on my information here, I think Grant might find this of service. And if I find it of service, then I'm going to find it of value. And if it's valuable for me, then I will assess what I would invest in to get that value. Does that make sense?
Sure. They say, Grant, service is the rent that you pay for your time here on earth. Mm-hmm. Who are you being of service to? We look at the big things that we have to do, and it's not the big things, it's the small things that add up to the big things. It's like I said earlier, picking up the phone, calling that person that you saw that might be having a tough time. Just taking time and saying, I'm not focusing on me for a few minutes. Let me focus on you. Mm-hmm. Let me be, how can I help you? And mean it. We all have a lot of friends on Facebook, but who are your real friends that you need to connect with and say, can I be of service to you?
100% on that. I see it a lot of times, unfortunately on Facebook, you see some things, people have passed away. They have moved on. And you look at like, that's the end of that book. That's the end of that story. That's that dash, as Dr. Kelly talks about. I'm at that point in time where I'm losing a lot of classmates. So I'm starting to look at these things like, what value have you brought? What value can you bring right now? Because nothing is promised to any of us. And we've got to really get outside of that limited viewpoint. Maybe you're only seeing 90 degrees of the equation. We need to get to that 180, that 360. And a lot of times you need other people around you, like Wade, the more guy, Randolph, to help us see the whole picture.
In line with that vein that Mrs. Carter passed this week, Jimmy's Carter's wife.
Yeah.
And we remember her for what she did. We remember her for the difference that she made. Remember her for just being authentic to who she was. Here's the point that I'm going to gravitating to. How will people remember you and I after we're gone? Mm-hmm. What information will you leave them that will impact their lives for years to come? What difference will we make that we will improve the planet and even just the neighborhoods that we come from? What will we do to just make a difference?
100% on that. This has been wonderful, Wade. Thank you so much for being a guest speaker on the Black Business Network, the Black Business Olympics. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Same here. Have a great day, Grant.
Thank you. Oh, great speaker. Wonderful message. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, and that's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2023, NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, The Hello LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative for Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start boxing today.
Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75.
I use the cash flow app to keep track of my charities.
Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75 helps you manage expenses, helps keep track of charitable giving, helps you save your money. Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75. Download it today. Cashflow 5101075 would like to wish the Cyber Bears good luck in this year's first robotics competition.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast. I am your moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We are honored to introduce a man whose career spans over 4 decades, marked by significant contributions in various facets of the entertainment industry. I present to you Mr. Jerry Roebuck. Jerry's journey is one of unwavering commitment and remarkable versatility. From development and production to promotion, his touch has graced music, theater, artist management, and national exhibitions. He's the mastermind behind the acclaimed on-stage play Harlem Coffee Shop at New York's Beacon Theater, showcasing his innate talent in bringing compelling narratives to life. In 1988, Jerry conceived the groundbreaking Black Expo, a monumental event that annually reached 22 cities, drawing in over 3 million attendees. His vision and execution have left an indelible mark on the cultural landscape. Jerry's forays into artist management led to the creation of the group Impact, which he signed to Motown, positioning them as the successors to the legendary Jackson 5. His enterprise, Nationwide Concert Productions, has seen collaborations with iconic artists like Chick, Frankie Beverly and Maze, Kool and the Gang, and the Ohio Players. Beyond entertainment, Jerry's dedication to education and community service in Harlem is exemplary. For 4 decades, he's served the Harlem community, culminating in recognition for the entire City Council of New York City. Ladies and gentlemen, an icon in entertainment and a champion for community empowerment, I bring to you Mr. Jerry Roebuck, who will be joined in a fireside chat with us with Miss Tabitha.
Good morning. Good morning.
There he is. Good morning. And there she is.
Hello.
Good morning, Tabitha. Good morning.
Hello.
How are you?
Both are here. I'm going to step out of your way. I want to thank you for being on the show this morning. Genius is coming, and I'll see you both on the other side.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Roebuck, it is such a pleasure, sir, to talk with you on today. Your bio, I must say, is very, very well defined and very well impressive. I want to say that I want to get right into this conversation on today because I believe that you have a lot to share with the audience. So how did you get into business? I mean, you have over 4 decades of being in an industry that you've made amazing strides. So how did it all get started?
Sure. As an entrepreneur, my first experience was at age 11, which some people might call young. Some people might say if you have an itch, scratch it. So at that age, I just wanted to do something independently as a businessman. I grew up in Harlem. I did see and was exposed to entrepreneurs, not in a big way, because in the era that I was growing up in the 1960s, really, if it was a business icon and we only had a few, you had John Johnson, who was the owner of Ebony Magazine. Of course, we have Berry Gordy, Motown Records. So there was the icons, but in your local neighborhood, You had a Black person that owned the dry cleaners. You had a Black moving company. You had a Black doctor. You know, there was more in a tight-knit community of being exposed to people who owned the business that looked like you, where you had access to just move around in your everyday life, as opposed to today in our communities, or even in America as a whole. When you leave your neighborhood, you drive 5 minutes, you know, there's fast food and you have choices, Wendy's, McDonald's, blah, blah, blah. But we know those are big corporations. You go to the store, you have a Publix, you have a Walmart, you have all these big grocers, once again, as opposed to a neighborhood Black local grocer. So I think some of that. But one of the things that inspired me as a young person, you know, after my first endeavor, which I'll circle back to, was just preteen, going and working at a Catholic youth organization, dance, and working in the coat room with my god sister, who was older than me, who was on the committee to present these Catholic dances in the Harlem community, and working in the coat room and seeing them collect the money, and then also seeing on the door the adults collect the money, and saying, though as a young person, I didn't know nothing about expenses, I'm just seeing all these teenagers come in and pay $2 to go to this party, and then seeing people pay 50 cents to check their coat. And to me, that was like, oh my God, look at all of this money. So my brain started clicking at a young age of, you know, maybe when I'm a little older, I can do something like that, which was kind of my eventual foray into the entertainment business. So
I absolutely love that. You said age 11. That is just so amazing. So what was your first business? Because when we hear your bio, there's a long list of successful businesses that you've endeavored in over the years. So what was first?
Well, the first thing I did, which was at age 11, was a street fair in my local community in Harlem. I had moved from one area in Harlem to another, the area that I grew up in, which wasn't too far from 125th Street, which was a home that my grandfather owned. The city of New York at the time was going through a major influx of, especially Harlem, of Southern immigrants to New York, and the second wave of the Great Migration, because of early 60s, Alabama, which I just returned from, for example, and I had many friends from moving up from Alabama. Many of the states, as you know, at that time period were going through the pre-civil rights movement. And you had an awakening of adults having their children who said, I want to go north because I want my child to have a decent education. Or we're young parents. My parents dealt with being farmers or sharecroppers. I don't want to lead that lifestyle. Or thirdly, you had adults saying, especially the World War II generation, I can't deal with this racism and segregation. So they were going north. And as you know, cities like Philadelphia, Baltimore, Chicago, and especially New York, we were seeing an influx of large numbers of Black immigrants from the South. So New York City at the time, they needed more schools. And this block that I lived on, centrally located in Harlem, the city decided to buy the whole block to build this modern junior high school in Harlem, which was one of the first air-conditioned schools in New York City, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to get off track here. So my family, we had to sell our home, and my father wanted to stay in Harlem. So there was a new development being built in Harlem, high-rise development on Lenox Avenue, which is the main strip of Harlem, where they were going to have, let's say, Black middle-class families, World War II veterans. My father, for example, worked in the post office. So people that were really considered Black middle class in this new development. So we moved there, and there were a lot of kids. Unlike, I don't know, today when you move to a neighborhood, there's a lot of kids. But when we moved into this development, I mean, whether it was when school was getting out, whether it was on a Saturday, there were gates around this community that went from Lenox Avenue to Fifth Avenue. It was a huge complex with about 8 buildings, 17 stories high. But there were just hundreds of kids out. So you would befriend children. You know, what building do you live in? Oh, what sport do you like to play? Oh, you have an accent. Where are you from? Oh, I'm from Alabama. oh, I'm from Mississippi. But you were young kids and you would meet these kids. Well, what happened as I was only 11 years old and meeting these different kids, I just started having discussions with my mom and say, you know, I want to do like a little get together with my friends that I'm meeting, and maybe I could rent out. We had little playgrounds in front of each building, and I could rent the playground and have a little fair for the kids from our building, which was 620 Lenox Avenue, and some of the other buildings. And my mother said, okay. So we went and talked to the management, and they let me for the day rent the public play space in front of my building. And for like, 50 cents, you could come in, and we had games. So we had like, you throw a ball and knock something down. We had little bowling pins. We had little races. The girls were doing double dutch competitions, all types of activities. So at the end of the day, I made a little profit, and that was really my first taste of independent entrepreneurism. I didn't have a brand. I didn't have a name. I didn't have a flyer. I just invited my friends, but it struck that lightning, so to speak, that made me, in the back of my head, said I want to continue being an entrepreneur. So that was my first exposure.
Wow.
And then I mentioned that I had worked, wasn't really working because I wasn't supposed to be doing this. I was at these Catholic youth organization dances as a elementary school kid that were for the high school students of Harlem. So back in this era in Harlem, almost every 10 or 15 blocks, there was a Catholic school. And in these Catholic schools, I went to Catholic school myself. I went to one of the biggest there in Harlem. But they used to have the dances so that the teenagers could socialize with each other. And they would normally be on a Saturday evening in the church basements, which were very large, because some of these Catholic schools, like the one I went to, All Saints, the school stretched an entire city block, and the basement was an entire city block. So you could fit almost 1,000 people in there. That's a huge place to have a party. And so my god sister, who was older than me, was on the committee because she went to a Catholic high school to organize with other Catholic students that were in high school these dances that would move around to the different Catholic church basements maybe 2-3 times a year. And so she invited her brother, who was my god brother and best friend. We went along as youngsters to work and help out. And so, as I was mentioning earlier, seeing them work at this function, which went to an organization, but the exposure, not only to that as a business, but that also lit a spark in me for the entertainment and music business, because I got exposed to teenagers dancing and hearing the Motown sound. And this is pre-disco. So what they would do is they would play a record. The record would be over, the kids would stop dancing, and then they would go and look for another record and put the next record on. And then people would listen to a few, the intro, and say, oh, I want to dance to that. And you'd have to go ask another girl to dance. So it was that type of an era. And that stayed with me through the rest of my years in grammar school. And then when I got to high school, I myself served on my high school, Catholic high school committee of organizing dances. But at that point, we used to do dances with other Catholic high schools in your high school. And you and I, at that point, most of the Catholic high schools were segregated, boys and girls. So I went to an all boys high school. We would organize a dance in our school gym, and we would invite other girl high schools to come to our school gym. And predominantly, basically, it was just boys from our school associating with other Catholic girls' schools from around New York City. So I was involved in that. I did that for about 2 years. And that gave me a lot of business exposure as far as, you know, how to promote to the schools to get the girls to come, how to hire, because there was no DJs. This is late 60s. So we used to hire a band. You know, it gave me a lot of experience. So that by the time I was a senior, I said, I'm going to do, this was now once again going into almost being an adult. I wanted to do my own party and I learned branding. So I made up flyers. I rented a place, which was a Catholic church basement. Sly and the Family Stone was a popular group, and my party was going to be called "It's a Family Affair," named after one of his songs. But unfortunately, when my father found out that I was going to do this big party, he got upset because I wasn't 18. He was worried that something could happen. It could cause some problems, and my father was active in the Catholic Church. And how did I sign the contract? And when he found out that my older brother did it, he called my brother down to the house and he said, you know, Jerry's too young. He can't be doing these organized parties. If he does it with the school, that's fine. But on his own, no. And I lived in my father's house, so I had to go by his rules, and my party was canceled. However, the next year I graduated. That year I graduated high school, started college, and that's how I started my first company. I named it after myself, Jerry Productions. This is pre-disco, 1973. And instead of doing a party to promote to high school, Catholic high schools, I attended the City University of New York, and my first party was to promote to college kids who were students at the City of University campuses around New York City. And I went around all the campuses, Hunter College, Baruch College, Brooklyn College, Bronx Community College. And I used the same marketing plan that I did it with high schools to colleges. And fortunately, my first party was a success. Back then, believe it or not, parties used to start at 8, even in New York City, and end at 2 a.m. And we opened up the doors at 8 o'clock. And by 9:30, the club was full. I had to turn people away. There were people out in the street who could not get in. So you could imagine at that point, the entrepreneurism bug went into my body, and I'm like, oh, this is great. So I just wanted to give you that background. That's what inspired me and still inspires me to this day. Actually, it was 50 years ago last month that happened in 1973.
Wow, wow, wow. That is absolutely amazing. What are a few of the principles that you learned that even in your younger years that has followed you through your level of success? Because you just mentioned 50 years last month. I mean, that's a long time, but what are just a couple of principles that has followed you, like from what you learned over that course of time when you first got started?
Sure. Well, so many lessons through the promotions business and, I would say marketing, though my career primarily has been in our community. So I would say ethnic marketing is what in corporate America they used to call it. Learning our culture and obviously growing up in my culture in the Black community, with Catholic Church, the Black Catholic Church, Boy Scout troops in Harlem. My troop leader was a Tuskegee Airman. Being around individuals who had a thirst for life and success. Growing up at a time in America where we had, and I always, when I taught, I used to tell young people as far as inspiration. And, in my book, which I'm writing, I think I grew up in the best times in this country because the generation of the 1960s, we saw the changes in the country in civil rights. We saw the rights that we knew we would have in the future. As a Dr. King would say, the work I'm doing is not for me and my generation, it's for my kids and the next generation. Everything from voting to economic rights, civil rights. It was all about the next generation. So we knew we were going to be able to take advantage of that. And of course, we know affirmative action and other things came along after that. So being a part of that, president who was a great president, President John F. Kennedy, seeing him come into the office of the presidency and the great things that he was doing for people of color, followed by President Johnson, gave us, my generation, a lot of inspiration that we can do it. There's nothing that's going to stand in our way. So I think growing up at that time period, it was a big inspiration of the politics, the civil rights. And then if you look at what I call the soundtrack, which we grew up in, as opposed to what young people are doing that they're hearing today, which is really bad. We grew up with Curtis Mayfield, Keep On Pushing. James Brown, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud. James Brown, I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Open up the door, I'll get it myself. You know, Sly and the Family of Stone. Sly and the Family Stone. You know, Don't Call Me Nigga Whitey. I mean, there's just all the music that you heard was so inspirational. You know, that you put that in the mix of everything that I was just telling you. It really, my generation had a lot of inspiration. So I couldn't put it to one thing, but I think growing up in that environment really helped set the stage for giving me a lot of confidence. So I would say confidence that you get from your surroundings. And I just touched on music. So maybe young people, you got to turn off some of the negative music that you're hearing, because it's a form of brainwashing, you know. But if you're listening to positive music, if you're being around positive people as opposed to negative people who are pushing you and saying, you can do this, or we can do this, or how can I help you? That's, you know, that's very important. And as I said, the 60s, there was a lot of that going on. The sacrifices that Dr. King made, the sacrifices that, you know, you saw the movie Ray with Ray Charles, with Jamie Foxx, where, you know, he was confronted by a situation of performing in Georgia, but now he's being confronted by young people saying, how are you going to go and perform? It's a segregated audience,
right?
You know, and then he says, well, no, I'm not going to do it. And everything he went through, being banned by the state of Georgia and all of that. So, you know, those things were inspirational, and there wasn't an influx of media like you have distractions today. You have the internet, you have social media, you have 250, 300 cable channels, you have 24-hour news channels. Back then, you basically had 3 to 4 channels, ABC, NBC, CBS, and maybe one, you know, independent channel. And the civil rights movement, the riots of the 60s and 70s, the political turmoil, it was in your face because you didn't have these other distractions. And of course, in terms of Black media, we had our newspapers that everybody Black read. You had Jet Magazine, you had Ebony Magazine. So we were in this closed world to be in contact with what was happening in Alabama, what was happening in California, what was happening with the Black Panther Party, what was happening with social movements, as opposed to today. There's just so much distraction, everything from YouTubers to, as I said, Instagram. And then we have the generational shift where even young people are in a silo doing their own thing, and adults are in another silo, whether it's social media. Young people aren't on Facebook, adults are. Adults listen to old school R&B or jazz. Young people are primarily just listening to hip hop. In my generation, there was one radio station, and my mother might like James Brown, but she might have also, on the radio, they're playing Nina Simone, or they're playing Johnny Mathis. Okay, so we don't have that anymore. Right. And like I said, that's why I think I'm fortunate to have grown up in a generation that we had a lot of those things. And that was a big inspiration. I know I took a long time to answer the question, but to paint for the viewers that time period, it was a very shift in being Black and Blackness at that time. Donny Hathaway, To Be Young, Gifted, and Black. I was just listening to a song last night by very unknown song. I don't know if you've ever heard it. Was written with Donny Hathaway and Roberta Flack. It's called Be Real Black for Me. Beautiful song. You can go on YouTube and listen to it. But that was the cultural music, the staple singers. I'll Take You There. I mean, I could just, when I think of all of the big artists that you heard their music on the radio over and over again, it was just so positive that when you got up in the morning, you turned on the radio, you going to school, you're inspired. Mm-hmm. You're going to work, you could deal with your boss. You could deal with the hawk in Chicago, the cold. You could deal, no matter what, because you had this inspiration that inspired you to, as Curtis Mayfield would say, keep on pushing.
That's right. That's right. I love it. I am a serial entrepreneur. I primarily
Welcome to the club.
I primarily focus on financial literacy and mindset in helping people to build out their business, whether they're just getting started or whether they're planning on expanding their business platform. So with that being said, why do you think that it is important for people to own a business in today's time?
No different than when I was growing up. And I used to tell people this. I tell my godbrother's son this as a young person. Number one is nothing. And young people, a lot of young people know this too. I have a lot of former students who have done this, and then they made a transition that they had a job and now they're just doing their business. There's nothing wrong with what they call today a side hustle. You said serial entrepreneur. Young people use that jargon. This is my side hustle. So they have a regular job, and on the side, they're doing something else. I was talking to a young lady just this week, and she has a job and she's a single mom, but her side hustle is she just puts little trinkets together for people for their weddings or their bridal showers, or even when a man has, what do you call it?
Their bachelor party?
Bachelor party.
Yeah.
So she'll do simple things like she'll have embroidered or get laminated or the initials of everything from little gifts that can be given out to the people to come, to little decorations, so that if you are having a bridal shower, and she doesn't do any marketing, just word of mouth. So if she did her sister's, then one of her sister's friends was getting married, so then she did that friend, then that friend had some girlfriends that came, and she's not trying to do this full time. But if she does one a month, she's making an extra $600-700. So that's a side hustle. I'll just give you one more example because it's a huge one, it's personal, before I get into the full answer, and that is my nephew. My nephew started as a hobby, taking pictures. He's not a trained photographer, was a hobby. From there, someone asked them, they didn't have a lot of money, can you come and take pictures of my wedding? Took the pictures. They showed it to somebody else. Oh, wow. How can I get in touch with them to do our wedding? We don't have a big budget. He did their wedding. Then he started doing research on photography. He bought a better camera, made up business cards, went to the next wedding, gave out business cards. Then he attended a training session here in Florida, which is done every year by this guy. He's the biggest wedding photographer basically in the world. He did Brad Pitt's and I think it's Jennifer Aniston's wedding, John Travolta. And when he does this training every year, he picks 3 people that he's going to mentor them for the next year. And he picked my nephew. And he was my nephew is African American. So he was the only Black person. And he synced him up with another Black person that he had mentored a few years ago. And this guy was doing all these weddings for NBA players, NFL players, etc., and a few wealthy Black people as well. So when he might need a second photographer, because when you do these big weddings, as my nephew told me, sometimes there's 3 photographers. So he did a couple of NBA weddings with this guy, and then he'd be the backup photographer, right? So another NBA player would be there and go, oh, wow, me and my fiance are getting married June of this year, right? And the guy would go, oh, I'm already booked. I can't do it. So they would go to my nephew, are you available? So then he started. Well, because of that network, when he got the first NBA guy in the wedding, they do destination weddings. So it was in the mountains of Colorado. Then he did another NBA guy. His wedding was in Jamaica. So imagine who's going to come to the wedding. Guys on the team, guys who play for other teams. So he's meeting other young NBA guys with their fiancés. So now he's getting another wedding. And then he got into the network, and then he starts getting invited to even be a second photographer at weddings at the Ritz-Carlton in New York, where the budget for the wedding is $500,000 for a wedding. That's not a destination wedding. And he told me in one case, he went to this one wedding, the budget for photography and video was $50,000. Okay. Well, my nephew now, and this week, once again, we talk about side hustles. He now is booked a year in advance to do a wedding. A year in advance. And this is his weekend job. He has an MBA. So he gets on the plane, usually after work on Friday. He flies in, does the wedding. I don't want to tell you how much he makes, but I'll just say this. Years ago, he wouldn't talk to you unless he got $5,000. And that's a weekend job. In addition, he created, not that he created it, but for his business, he created something else he did, which he shows up, doesn't take more than an hour. He does these engagement photography things. I don't know if you know what that is, where a guy is going to go to a football game or to a basketball game, or he's walking in the park with his girlfriend. He's going to pop the question, and he gets down on his knees, and my nephew jumps out of the woods, and he just starts flashing all the pictures. So it looks very natural. He'll get anywhere, I don't want to say what it is, but sometimes close to $1,000 for that. Because that's part of the package. And all he does is show up. It doesn't even take an hour out of the schedule on a Saturday or a Friday, or when it could be a weekday if he has the time. So you can create a side hustle, building websites for people, doing a specific piece of marketing. I have a student, he has a side hustle. He does silk screening. He has it in his house, just the machine. He recently bought an embroidery machine. He doesn't do big jobs, but he has, friends and sports teams, and he has a regular job. But when he comes home after he eats dinner, he just knocks out, and he makes like $700, $2,000 extra a week. It's a side hustle. So I would encourage, especially in today's world and economy, would anybody find a hobby that you like? Could be photography, could be drawing, embroidery, could be networking with friends, building a website. There's something that you like that you can do. You don't have to open up an office. And in today's world, with emailing and a phone, you're in business. You don't need, I remember back, with different businesses I had, but like when I moved to Atlanta, when I set up my business there, I spent about $70,000 between renting the office space in a beautiful building 4 blocks from Coca-Cola World Headquarters, building out the office space, putting in the phone lines, the copy machines, the fax machines, all the office furniture. By the time I finished with everything, because just the get into the building and the contract, the rent and the construction, that alone, and this was in the 90s, that was about $35,000. So that was like half the money. Nowadays, if you have a computer, a cell phone, that's all you need. I mean, who uses a fax machine? It's good to have it, but if you don't, and you get a high-speed printer, you're good to go. People don't even use business cards anymore. You can have an app in your phone. Like I went to a conference, National Association of Black Journalists, this summer, and if you meet somebody you want to talk, you just put your phone by theirs, all your information is uploaded, email, address, your picture. So the startup cost is so low today. I don't care whether you want to do carpet cleaning or you wash cars for somebody. I mean, you can start for almost nothing.
Absolutely. I agree with you. I tell people all the time that everything that you see when you look around a room, somebody is getting paid off of that or has gotten paid off of it. So our imagination can go wild when it comes to owning a business. So why do you feel, or why do you think that it is important to have a mentor when you're getting into business or you're considering expanding the business?
Mentors can help you in so many ways, but I would also say if you have a choice, choose the right one. I fortunately had a lot of mentors, household names. I'll give you some examples. I wish I would have been able to spend more time with them for help. sometimes some of them came to me, and there's some advantages, things I didn't take advantage of the way I should have. So mentors are very important. I was fortunate to have been around Percy Sutton, who not only was a Tuskegee Airman, he was Manhattan Borough President's the city of New York's first Black borough president. He was the attorney for Malcolm X. He was the owner of Inner City Broadcasting Company, which is WBLS, and they owned a lot of other radio stations around the country. He owned the Apollo Theater. So he was a great mentor. I had the opportunity to be around Earl Graves, who was the publisher of Black Enterprise magazine. Earl owned a number of other businesses. Eugene Jackson, who owned WDAS radio station, Quicks Cable, a number of other businesses, who moved to California, South Africa, excuse me. He's still in South Africa as an entrepreneur. So those were some people back in my era that were at the plateau. These were really big name people. And I had the opportunity to be around them, occasionally kick some things off of them. I even had 2 conversations with John Johnson of Johnson Publishing. And he's deceased now, and not to throw any shade at him, but I had reached out to him to be a mentor. And in graduate school, my thesis paper was about Johnson Publication. And I really looked up to him. But unfortunately, it didn't go well. He was not receptive. He was a man of another era, not very well educated. And he looked at me and my generation as competition for him, which was ridiculous. And he just was non-receptive. And I think, I don't want to get off track here, but I think one of his legacies, and that's why his publication doesn't exist anymore, because he didn't build anything, nor create anything for the next generation. He wasn't a visionary. He was only a visionary for where he was at his time, and he got stuck in time. So I wish I would have had somebody like him, though he was in Chicago, not in New York. But the people that I did have an opportunity to be around, mentorship is important. So to get back on track here, the average person is not going to have an access till today when you look at a lot of the prestigious Black entrepreneurs, some who might you say are billionaires, whether you might want to say a Jay-Z or a Byron Allen, where back in my era, there was no such thing as billionaires anyway. It was multimillionaires, okay? So the average Black kid or young person coming up is not going to have an access to pick up the phone like I'm picking up my landline. Hey, yeah, can I speak to Byron Allen? Who are you? I'm a guy starting a business. I need some help. No, that's not going to happen. So you have to find a person in your neighborhood. They might own a funeral parlor. They might own a landscaping company. They may be an attorney who incorporates your business, and he's incorporated 200 or 300 Black businesses, and you say to him, hey, or maybe an accountant, right? And you say, hey, out of all the Black entrepreneurs that you're dealing with, you think you could recommend someone to me, since I'm just starting out, that could give me some advice, maybe when I need some help, a couple of questions? And I guarantee you that they would, especially like an accountant, because he knows the ins and outs of who's making money, who's not, who had a good year, who had a bad year. So ask your accountant or attorney, the person who incorporated you, the person that's helping you file your taxes, if they could recommend you to somebody. And I guarantee you there's going to be some adult that, seeing that you're a young person, or even an adult just starting out, or maybe you're in your 40s, you got a package from your corporation, you retired, you don't want to sit at home and do nothing, you always had an itch to start a business, you're really going to need some person to help you. And the other reason it's important is because a mentor, hopefully, especially if they're in the business that you want to go into, they can help you avoid the pitfalls. They can tell you, don't go down this way, go this way. Oh, I did this and it set me back for 2 years. Oh, you know what? When you get to this point, this is when you need to hire more people, or this is when you need to not do this. That's the thing, unfortunately, that I did not have sometimes, because I was a pioneer doing new things. And that is I'd say the drawback is when you're doing new things and creating new roads of travel, you don't have anybody to look over your shoulder and say, am I going too fast? Am I going too slow? you're out there on your own. So when I created Black Expo, people were telling me it wasn't going to work. It's impossible. This is going to fail. No, nobody has done traveling exhibitions, and it's too difficult. And even whether it was the radio stations, companies I went to as sponsors, sometimes even my own staff, everybody why it wouldn't work, And then when I think of the business opportunities that I had that I did not take advantage of, sometimes with the expo, I strived ahead and it worked. But sometimes I had business opportunities and I did not do it because I listened to people who weren't mentors, but I bounced things off of people. So for example, when I had a chance to build a hotel in Miami, because the city was looking for a Black entrepreneur to have as the person that they were going to give some prime real estate property to beachfront property to build a hotel, I reached out to someone I was in another business with who had a relationship with the Hilton hotel chain. And I had met the president of Hilton Hotels in something we were doing together. And I reached out to him to say, can you reconnect me with the president of Hilton Hotels? Because I can create this partnership to build this hotel. And he ended up spending the rest of the conversation talking me out of it, why it wouldn't work. Hotels don't always make money. I need to stay focused on my business that I'm already doing, because if not, I'm going to lose that business and I'm trying to do something new that I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm going into a business I don't know nothing about, and I'm going to lose everything. And I ended up getting off the phone and almost being depressed. And then I called back the people in Miami and told them I wasn't interested. And it was, like a big regret. So, mentors are good and bad. I'll say that. So choose wisely.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that wisdom with us on today. You are a wealth of knowledge. I also believe that mentorship is hugely important. And as you said, you should choose wisely. And collaboration is the new currency today, right? Like that definitely is good when you can network with others. So share with us how it is that people can connect with you. How can they contact you or work with your foundation?
Sure. Well, I have a nonprofit group called Black Spirit Group. So you can go to blackspiritgroup.com. It's BlackSpirit group.com. And on our website, there's contact information. You can leave your information and email us at blackspiritgroup@gmail.com. We try to mentor young entrepreneurs, specifically Black male young entrepreneurs, and you can reach out to me that way.
Thank you for sharing with us that information. I seemingly have a few more minutes that I can learn a little bit more about you, which is exciting, right?
Great.
Because you're sharing such great information on today. So why is education important? I know that you have a rich history with helping others and mentoring them and giving them basically a blueprint that they can follow. But why do you feel like education on top of all of that is really important?
Well, for me, the reason I stuck with education, and though I did, pursue entrepreneurship full time a couple of times throughout my life and did various stints, gets back to side hustles. I feel that people should always have something to fall back on. So I always used to tell my students, and I tell young people, my godbrother's son who's debating entrepreneurism or working, that once you get your education, I know you know this, that's something no one can take away from you. I have my degrees on the wall here, and they'll be with me until I die. That's something that I could cash, whether I fill out a job application, which I'm not doing at this point in life. I have no interest in doing, but I have my degrees, I have my licenses, and no one can take that away from me. But you could have a business that's worth millions and get sued and go out of business. Markets change, everything from, retail, on-site purchases to online disrupted businesses. We look at the magazine industry, which was a huge business, is basically gone. You look at the newspaper business, in less than a decade and a half, it's gone. So you could be highly successful in the business, and I'm not just talking about as a Black segment. I'm talking about your major daily newspaper. I'm talking about something as generic as a retail corner store that Amazon has basically put a lot of retail businesses, they're gone because people shop online. So having an education is important because you have something that you could fall back on. And there's so many other pieces. If you start when you're young, get your education out the way. Also, if you in college, you can join fraternities and sororities. You have a networking base that'll carry you throughout life, not only with whatever field you're majoring in. So whether it's business or you're a doctor or educator, now you have your frat brothers and sorority sisters. If you went through an unemployment gap, you got a great network of people that you could work with to call to help you find a job. And also with education, you're learning. And to me, life is about learning always. You don't stop learning when you get your high school diploma or when you get your associate degree or BA or BS, or even when you get your master's. You should always want to learn something new, even if it's sitting down and watching the History Channel, something that you might think is entertaining. You don't know how watching the History Channel can help you even with your business, where they might have a show on the origin of fast food or the origins of, for example, how Henry Ford modernized the assembly line, how that could relate to something that you're doing. Because look how many entrepreneurs followed what Henry Ford did and built successful businesses, i.e. a Berry Gordy, who said at the time with Black music, which no one else was doing, and eventually all the major labels copied him, the name Clive Davis, he wrote a paper when he saw how successful Berry Gordy was at creating this segment of Black music, and how he took that to, at the time, which was CBS Records, where he was working. He was in the legal department, and then they put him in charge of A&R to create this whole music department at CBS Records that was just they didn't even have pop music. They had like Johnny Mathis, Mitch Miller. It was a disaster. But then he created something to have Janis Joplin and Sly and the Family Stone, and to create the things that Berry Gordy was doing, but on a big scale. But Berry Gordy, what he saw with the Henry Ford was everything was in-house. So he created an assembly line no, I'm not going to go to an outside studio and record the music. In Motown offices, I'm going to have our studio, and we could work 24 hours a day. So if I'm home, it's 10 o'clock at night, and I have an idea for a song, I'll call Smokey. Hey, Smokey, call the musicians. Have them meet me in the studio in an hour, and we can go to work. I just got to open up the door, the key. And then that morning, I can meet with some of the A&R staff, and I'll get some teenagers to come by after school and say, what do you think of this record? You like it? Put your hand up. You don't like it? Just say you don't like it or don't say anything. So he had the manufacturing, which was the studio. He had the quality control of everything from secretaries to students to other musicians to rate what he was doing. And then in-house, he had the marketing and the promotion to know what was going on out in the field. Whereas another record company, they made a record and they just sent it out. They didn't know what the feedback was. Berry Gordy, because he knew working at those auto plants and he saw that assembly line system where they had their dealers who could call them and say, hey, people love this car. Oh, guess what? this is the car that people, this is the color that people like this year. It's a steel blue, or it's a green. This is the color car to make this year. So Berry Gordy had these black reps out in the field that would be going to the radio stations. They go into the community, and they could call back to Detroit, to Motown, and get him on the phone and say, hey, this is what people here in Mississippi are saying about the Supremes. Or, you know what, this is the third record you put out on these Supremes. Nobody likes it. So he knows firsthand, I got to get some writers, some producers. The group looks good. You know, there's no girl group out here that's really doing anything. I just need a hit record on this group. So I got to get some, this time, instead of Smokey writing, I'm going to have Hollandos in Holland. I'm going to get, so, you know, having an opportunity to be exposed to the whole process can help you as an entrepreneur. As I was saying to this young lady I was mentoring this week on entrepreneurism, the test of an entrepreneur and the success of an entrepreneur is not looking at what's in front of you and talking to people about it, because they may not see it. You have to see the whole picture. Where does it end? They're not going to see it. You have to have the whole vision. You see the whole package. That's what separates you from the other person.
Absolutely. I would agree 110% that being an entrepreneur definitely is a visionary. And thank you so much for what you were sharing as far as the education is concerned, because I heard a quote and it took me a few minutes to really think about it, but it said that the learners will inherit the earth and continually grow exponentially successful, while the learned will gracefully pass away and become obsolete. So I do believe that you should constantly be learning all the time. Like every day I get up and I endeavor to learn something new. So what are a few of your keys to success that you would like to share with us on today?
Well, you know, unfortunately, the world has changed. So I would not for 1 minute say that I have a lot of relevant antidotes that I could pass on, because I said much earlier, we have social media, the way products or your business is marketed today is totally different from when I started in the late 60s, but especially the 70s. Not to say that you wouldn't make up a flyer today to go and give out to somebody, but that wouldn't be your first choice. Not to say that you wouldn't make your product before you test it, and you have different ways of testing it than you did many years ago. Of course you can. I would tell anyone, look at the shortcuts. And as I mentioned, the startup course today is minuscule. So maybe a book that you're reading is outdated. It could be marketing from 10 years ago. So try to get the latest information that you can on how to market. And you might, like I have a book now on how to market using Twitter. I just bought it last summer. That book is already obsolete. Why? Because Twitter has become X, and so many people are not using it, and it's looked upon negatively now by a large group of consumers. The book is obsolete already. So find something contemporary that you can reach your goals that fit your business, you know, and you don't have to buy a book. You could go online, you could do case studies, you could go, you know, there's universities that do case studies, and try to find something current for how somebody within the last 24 months or less has started something in their business and they became successful. And the reason I say that is, I don't care if you're selling cars. The way you sold cars 20 years ago is not how you're going to be successful at selling a car today. And all the time I'm coming across, I was reading an article just yesterday. It was a short article about the multi-million-dollar homes in LA that the wealthy people can't sell because the homes are so expensive that the people that want to finance them because of the interest rate, even for wealthy people, it's unaffordable. And these people don't want to drop the price of their home. And I'm reading who some of these people were, and they're all entrepreneurs who are worth 50, 100, 200 million dollars within the last 5 years. And they're all under 30. And, you know, these are guys who, you know, many of them are tech entrepreneurs. They had an idea and they started this idea, and either they sold the company or within 2 or 3 years, they're grossing 30, 40, 50 million dollars a year. So did they go read a book based on management and marketing from 30 years ago? I don't think so. So what I would say is look to those types of examples. Look at the people, look for the people who have made a lot of money in the last 5 years. And I'm not saying the billionaire class, but people that are worth 30, 40 million, people whose businesses went from operating in their garage or basement, and 2 years later, they got 50 employees and they got a 100,000 square foot warehouse. What did they do? And how can you put some of those elements in your business? Because think about it, Jeff Bezos and his wife, a lot of younger people don't know this. They started in their garage, but Amazon was a bookseller. They started selling books through the internet online, and online sales was new. And I could remember there were a host of other competitors that had the vision to sell almost everything online. Because I remember when it happened, there were even Black entrepreneurs. I'm going to sell sneakers. I'm going to be the biggest sneaker company. I'm going to be selling these sneakers online. Oh, I'm going to sell. I had a friend, he was going to work with the record labels to sell albums. There were still albums and there were CDs online. So there was a lot of that. People, oh, I'm going to sell all kind of clothes online. But Bezos, I'm going to just sell books. And when he perfected that, he went to the next thing. And then he kept adding and he stacked it. Man is so rich that here in Florida, a yacht that he was having built for the last 2 years, yacht was so big when they went to ship it out of the marine terminal where it was built, it couldn't go under the bridge. So they had to take it back in and do all this reconfiguration and then set it sail. It just got into the port down in Miami. It's so big it couldn't dock where the yachts are. It has to dock where cruise ships and freight liners, I forget what they call, the cargo ships come in, and the yacht costs $500 million. That's just one of his toys. So just think he was an entrepreneur, and not to aspire to that, but I'm just saying, do you ever think that he would have in his wildest dreams starting selling books out of his garage online that is a toy? He would one day have a yacht, a boat that costs $500 million. No. So have a dream, try to do something that somebody else isn't doing as a niche. And in today's world, don't go way back to Henry Ford. Don't go way back to a John Johnson, or, you know, that train left the station. Look for people who within the last 2 years or so, 3 years, no more than 5 years, look at their business. What did they do? What was their path to success? And just pick out some of the things that they did. And it's more relevant than any book you could read.
I love it. I love it. With that being said, how does life experience play a role in success? Because I know that we talked about education, we talked about some of the keys to success. So how does life experience play into all of that when we talk about a person becoming successful?
Well, I wish the life experience I had now, I had in my 30s when I had so many opportunities, because as I was saying, when you're walking down a road that you are clearing the path, you know, you don't have a lot of people that you might be able to say what's ahead unless they walked in your shoes and they're in the same business you are. So like a Jeff Bezos even, he was creating something that there weren't other people that he could probably bounce things off of that had done what he was doing. But the one thing he had going for him was unlimited money. This is something people don't know. Because he had worked at a investment banking firm, and when he left to start the business, saw what he was doing, and this person knew the potential of the internet, he basically said, as long as you can keep growing, I can keep giving you money. So Bezos had unlimited money. Also, when he started the business, like a lot of these white entrepreneurs, they're not rags to riches stories. Jeff Bezos's was his stepfather. I think he was a pharmacist or something. Gave him like $200,000 to get started. You look at Bill Gates, his father was a successful patent attorney. He went to Harvard. He didn't start with nothing. Elon Musk, his old story is a lie. Yeah, he came here struggling. But how do you come to America struggling and with your mom, and your mother buys a house in Malibu? That's struggling. And you got a bunch of emeralds in your pocket because your father owned an emerald mine in Botswana in Africa. And I could go on and on and on about these people, but we know our struggle is a lot different. So gets back to surrounding yourself. Just surround yourself with people who want to make it. Surround yourself with people who want to make it.
Awesome. I would agree that is definitely good advice that you shared with us. Now, let's get to the question of the day. Tell me a little bit more about the Black Expo and how it started, and what were some of the great memories when you got this going of some of the cities that you visited.
Sure. So I created Black Expo in 1988. First Black Expo was in 1989 in New York. And I created it because I had taken a leave from being an entrepreneur, that serial entrepreneur, doing things in the entertainment business and some marketing and concert promotion, started a family, and I was dormant for a couple of years. And I stayed in touch with a lot of people I did business with who were Black entrepreneurs, my printer, my graphic artist, various people that had small businesses that I used to hire them to be the service providers and vendors for what I was doing. And I would often hear, wow, I'm kind of stuck in this place, can't grow my customer base. Once again, this is a different era. And I wish when you were doing your business, you were able to afford advertising on the radio and do stuff. And I used to keep hearing these things about these people who had a business. They couldn't grow the business even in their own community because advertising and marketing was too expensive. And I'm in New York City, so it's the most expensive media capital in the world. So I kept thinking, wow, maybe I can create an event, invite my Black business owner friends to, and get the public to come to. So I thought of this over. The idea came and went, and then I think I may have written. No, I didn't write it down on paper, but I had the thoughts. Ran into a guy downtown one day who worked in radio. That was my salesman in radio over like a 7 or 8 year period at a radio station, which happened to transfer to being at when I ran into them, they were the #1 station. They had just got a new general manager, and we're talking on the street corner. And he said, "What are you up to? What's new, man? You ain't been doing nothing. You should revive." And I told him about this idea. He said, "This sounds good. We're looking for an event to do." So I said, "Really?" So he said, "Why don't you write it on paper, send it to me, and I'll talk to the new general manager and the program director. Maybe we could conspire to do this thing." I typed it up, and I was taking my family the next day to Disney World in Florida. Typed it up, dropped it off at the station, right? Next day, I get on the plane, I go to Disney World. So I'm on vacation, and about the third day, back then, for the young people, they won't know what I'm talking about, but I had an answering machine in my home. So I'm calling my house to check my messages, right? And I call, and there's a message, "Hey, Jerry, this is Mark Neiman from KISS FM. The general manager, man, he loves this idea. When you get back from vacation, give me a call. We want to meet with you about this expo thing that you had this idea. We need you to come down to the station. So I'm like, wow. Get back to New York, go to the radio station, give them an elevator pitch, 2 minutes. I don't know what the hell I was doing, but I just told them the fantasy, the dream. And they said, let's do it. I didn't have a place. I had an idea where I wanted to do it. I didn't have a location. I didn't know what time of year I was going to have it. I didn't know how much it was going to cost to get in. I didn't have a staff to do it. I didn't have an address. I didn't have a business card. All I said, I want to do this thing. And I think I'm going to call it Black Expo. So, it was an idea, a dream. And I would have to do a whole show on what transpired between that September and that April to pull it off and make it happen.
I love it. I love it. I will tell you that there's power in a dream. It really is, because I have a conference that I do twice a year as well. And it started off from just a concept, right? I had never done anything of the sorts. And so there was a little challenge there with actually doing this, but I learned a lot going through the process of trying to set all of this up. So what are your thoughts on, does failure create the end of a dream?
Failure will never end your dream. And as I tell people, I'll be an entrepreneur till they throw the dirt on my casket if I can. Failure is part of success. Failure can make you stronger. Failure teaches you lessons, and you won't succeed until you fail, because the test of success is that when you fall down, you have the strength to get back up. And you can pick all kinds of examples of people who gave up and somebody else went on to fulfill their dream, whether it's because they didn't have enough money to continue, or they just didn't have enough vision to take it to the next level. I mean, you could look at somebody like Elon Musk, who didn't create Tesla. It was two other guys, and but he came in, he had a vision, and he took Tesla to where it is today. And he also had the financial resources because he had just sold his interest in PayPal. But failure is, and it'll teach you, I think the best lesson is that if you do fail at something, you start something new, and then it gives you the drive to make that work, because you've already experienced failure, and you're going to say to yourself, I'm not going to fail this time. I'm not going to run out of money. I'm not going to choose the wrong people. I'm not going to listen to this person who's going to say, oh, that ain't going to work. Don't do that. Because you now did something or doing something that when you were doing something before in another business, somebody told you, oh, don't do that. That ain't going to work. And you watch the competition do what you had a vision to do months or a year earlier, and they're hugely successful now. So no, you can't look at failure as giving up. Look at failure as a test for success. And I would say to everybody, just because you fail, don't give up. And you said it best, you're a serial entrepreneur. That means you keep going. Even after I retired, I've been here in Florida. I have a new, I hope, major business I'm launching at the beginning of the year. But I've had about four businesses that I've started. I wouldn't call my podcast a business. But when COVID started, I had a COVID-related business. I sold masks and hand sanitizer dispensers. When school shootings, which unfortunately we still have occasionally, but when we had a lot of them 5-6 years ago, I started a company, A+ School Security Products, selling prevention products for school safety, everything from door stops to bulletproof mobile blackboards, things that would help keep schools safe, security systems. I also started a small cleaning business, household cleaning business for retired people, that targeting a segment of the population, senior citizens that are retired, I don't want to say elderly people, but they don't have the energy to clean their house. They keep a clean house because there's no kids running around, but just the little basic, simple things that they need that are tasks for them to do. So there are things that you can always start as an entrepreneur. And as I said, in today's world, you don't need a lot of startup money. All you need is the idea and the vision. And I mean, there's people that do Instagram videos. I see where they say, here's how you can start a business for under $300 and make $100,000 the first year.
You definitely have a pulse on innovation and being current, right? Like with all the different businesses that you created, especially during the pandemic, because of you saw a need, right? So tell us about the Black Spirit Group. How did that come about, and what are some of the things that you do within that group?
Well, we're trying to, as I mentioned, mentor a lot of young Black entrepreneurs. I shouldn't say a lot, but within our small network of members who are from around the United States, we have members in Vegas, and I'm here in Florida. There's another member in Florida, Atlanta, Georgia, New York City, New Jersey, out west, the Midwest, North Carolina. And what we're trying to do is see if we can create a base that eventually young entrepreneurs can come to, get some free mentorship, and then they mentor within themselves to help their other network of friends become successful when they start a business. So it's each one teach one. However, and this is my learning experience with any business, you have to have a master plan, a master goal. So one of our master goals is to have a resource of financial capital to help people when we see an opportunity. And you got to think big. So we approach Goldman Sachs. You may be aware of Goldman Sachs created the $10 billion Black Women's Initiative to help fund Black women-owned businesses. So we've approached Goldman Sachs to create something similar for Black young men that are trying to start a business. And we pointed out that there's differences because in some cases with Black men, they own different types of businesses, which are important in our community, and nonprofits. So just as some quick examples, more Black men tend to be in the construction business, or even having in the transportation business, truck drivers. And we know with the Build Back Better bill, there's $1 trillion that's going to come online with infrastructure, and Black men have an opportunity to participate in that more than a percentage of Black women, because we are the predominant. If we look at the Black ethnic group, that category is probably 90-10 men over women. Right. But if the men don't have the access to capital to buy the fleet of dump trucks, to put up the bond to do the construction work or infrastructure work, you're not going to get the opportunities. Black men tend to historically be the ones that are farmers in our country. And, we're losing our Black farmers as much as our landowners on an annual basis. That is ridiculous. They need access to capital. So that's another area. And when you look at nonprofits, we know there's all type of nonprofits, and in our community, we have all kind of needs. But when you look at Black men that own nonprofits, they really need money, and they're doing more of a type of work in our community that's needed, that I'm not saying Black women can or aren't doing, but it's specific to solving problems in our community. So whether it's fatherlessness, like I have a friend, he has an organization called Real Dads Networks, where he's teaching young men who are fathers, they might even be high school age, and young fathers, how to be a father throughout your child's life. Most likely you're not married to this girl, but just because you're not together living in the same household, you need to have the same skills of fatherhood as if you were a man married to this woman, because you are in a relationship with her for life because you have a child together. Violence interrupters. I'm not saying there aren't Black women in our community who are out on the street corner talking to the boys who are selling dope, or to gang members who are retaliating against another gang because one of their gang members got killed. But you know, the reality is it's Black men who have to go out there that can talk to these boys and grab them by the collar if they can, or respect them because they themselves were former gang members or came out of prison or grew up in the same neighborhood, that these young men can respect, that can save lives in our community based on the perils of what we're seeing all across this country in our community. So there are a lot of Black men that have nonprofits that can't even get money to print up a T-shirt. I'm telling you what I know. So for Goldman Sachs to create an initiative like this and leave half of our community out, which is Black men, a $10 billion fund, you know, we tried to address this issue. We haven't been successful. We're in the process at the beginning of the year with communicating with some of the larger investment capital funds that are bigger than Goldman Sachs. I don't want to name who they are, but we'll be reaching out to them and seeing if we could meet with them to create a fund then for Black men, young men that want to start a business, Black men who own nonprofits in our communities that are doing the type of work that I talked about. That's the opposite of what Goldman Sachs is doing for Black women. And once again, this is not to take anything away from Black women. We applaud what Goldman Sachs did. It's great. But why did you leave Black men out of the equation? You know, that's all we're saying. But they chose to do that. They have chosen not to respond, you know, and it is what it is. So we'll just move on. And like I said, it's a bigger picture. We're trying to hopefully create something like that, because the urban leagues, the Al Sharptons, the NAACP, these things are not even on our radar screen. And these are the things that are needed in our community. In summation, because number one, it's going to be Black men that are going to have to take control of the issues that we're facing. It's Black fatherlessness. Black women can't solve that. That's an issue that Black men have to deal with, and they have to be able to mentor, especially Black men that are fathers, this young generation of Black men to stay in their children's lives in a positive way. Black men have to solve that issue. We have to admit it. We have to solve it. It's a Black woman. Yes, she could go to her brother. She can go to her uncle. She can go to her father to have them in the lives of that child. That's important. But that connection of that man, young man, if it's a young man being the father of the child, he needs to be involved. And like I said, that's the issue that Black men have to solve. The issues in our community with crime, the reality is, other than some of these smash and grabs, the crime in our community, be it drug selling, be it, you know, the shootings that you see, be it the violence that you see, many of those things that are taking place, it's Black males that are doing that. We can't depend on the majority community to solve that. They're only going to point that out and say the typical talking points. Oh, look at Chicago. Look at this city. This is with the recent hearings in the Senate. This is what they were talking about with violence and gun violence. They want to use us and make us look bad. They're in power. They don't have no solutions. They don't say, okay, yeah, this is a problem. Let's allocate some money and resources to fix this. They're not. So once again, we're saying as Black men, we can create some solutions, but we know it takes resources, and the government is not going to do it. So maybe through private industry, since you're talking about you want to help fund some nonprofits in our community, fund some Black men that are in our communities in Chicago, that are in the hood doing the hard work, in Bed-Stuy and Brooklyn doing the hard work, the violence interrupters. I know a group that's in Harlem, they're doing the hard work. The Urban League is not doing that. The Urban League last year got, I think it was either $42 or $46 million from the government to do programs with young people. Now, I'm not saying they didn't do these programs, but if there's an interest in doing something with young people in our community, it needs to be to interrupt the climate of violence that we have. Because, as I said, in our community, it's out of control. I know we're getting off track here from business to other problems, but it's all related because we have to own the business and we have to feel safe owning that business in our community. And if you can't have a birthday party, a sweet 16, you can't have a bridal shower, or you can't have a funeral service. You can't take your children out to the park in your neighborhood without worry about there's, gunshots, and it's not safe for your wife, your mother, granny to sit on the porch, for your children to ride your bike. Then what kind of community are you talking about? And once again, we can't depend on the government. We can't depend on people who are just going to point out the issues. That's an issue that we have to grapple with and solve ourselves, and it takes resources.
Oh, I agree. I grew up in inner city Philadelphia. And I, some of the things that you were talking about here today was very interesting to me. I remember WDAS and different things like that. So I would say that the point that you just brought out on how we need to educate and help the younger Black males is hugely important. I have 4 sons, all in their 30s, and they all serve in the military. So it is really interesting to me just to see their path and the path that they chose as they were growing up. I've always tried to set the example for them as well. So tell me this, how did you and Dr. Kelly meet? I know that he does an expo, and I believe that Bill Cherry introduced you guys. Yes. So how was the young Dr. Kelly like?
Oh, wow. Well, I met him, as you said, through Bill Cherry, God rest his soul. He was such a great person and great mentor. We did a lot together. We traveled throughout the country, and I would say throughout the world together. I wish he was still here, and I also wish, once again, some of the things I know today, I knew back in that era, because I could have accomplished so much more, even with him. I don't know what you know about Bill and his background, but Bill was publicist for Richard Pryor. He worked with his publicist for Jesse Jackson and the Rainbow Coalition. There was not a city that I got off a plane with Bill Cherry and he didn't take out his notebook and he had names of the movers and shakers in that city. So whether we got off the plane and I was in Chicago, and within 45 minutes, I'm sitting at the dinner table next to Minister Farrakhan. Or I get off the plane in LA and I'm with Debbie Allen and Norm Nixon, or I'm going by whoever, it was just that experience. And, Bill knew everybody. So we could be somewhere and, it's a gathering, a social gathering, and somebody called out his name. Hey, Bill Cherry, and, then he would say, oh, this is this person. I might be in Washington, and we're there on something else. And then he'd come to my hotel room and say, okay, we got to leave in an hour. We got to go over to the Commerce Department to meet with Ron Brown's assistant. And I'm like, to meet with him about what? What's the agenda? I don't know. Just think about what we could ask the Commerce Department for. Let's go, So Bill was that kind of guy. And I met Dr. Kelly through him, Eric through him. And, he eventually came to New York, to the New York Black Expo, and he had never seen anything like it. So many people, over 1,000 businesses exhibiting at the show, and over 100,000 people there over 4 days, and all the, aspects of the expo. He was thrilled to be exposed to something like that coming from North Carolina. So that's how I met him at first. And yes, it was with Bill Cherry, who was such a phenomenal person. Like I said, we traveled all over the country, went to Africa together, and Egypt, and to the Caribbean, and so many other places. Because I was doing expo and was kind of fixated on a crazy schedule, I had a chance to go to Brazil with him. I couldn't do it. There's other things that came up, and I just couldn't, break away, to try to take advantage of some of the other things that South Africa, when Nelson Mandela came to power, there were opportunities through Bill when the ANC was getting, I don't want to say taking over, but getting access to some of the businesses in South Africa. And there was an opportunity to do, because they were getting a wine vineyard, which was being given to the ANC, and they needed an access to market the wine here in the United States. But I just couldn't get over to South Africa, and someone came to meet with me and Bill in Atlanta. And I still have the pin that they gave me from the ANC at that time. But, you know, once again, that's another life. I wish I could go back in time and be able to take advantage of those things. But, you know, there's only so many hours in the day and 7 days a week. So what are you going to do? Oh, but I'll close with this. The last thing that happened before Bill passed, he called me. This is about a month before he passed. And I have on my wall here, I have a letter that was given to me by Carol Moseley Braun. She was the first Black woman U.S. Senator. She was the senator from Illinois. And he says, a young man is just won the seat to be the U.S. Senator in the state of Illinois, and we need to go meet with him. He's going to go far, and, you know, he's got a lot of potential, and, you know, who knows where he's going to be in another 2 or 3 years. And we need to sit down with him and talk to him about what he wants to do in the future now that he'll be in the Senate. And since you, and of course, in my experience doing things nationally, you know, we should really sit down and talk with him. And I'm going to arrange this meeting for us to go to Chicago and talk with him and some of his people. And that was Barack Obama. So unfortunately, Bill passed, and that never happened. And Obama went on to become president. So.
Oh, wow.
And Bill had a roots in Chicago because, as I said, he was with Jesse Jackson for over a decade there in Chicago with Rainbow Coalition. And then he was very close with the minister and had all kind of contacts in Chicago, crazy contacts. So, you know, that could have been life-changing for me. But, you know, like I said, that's life.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, you have definitely shared a lot of information with us on today. I see Mr. McGall has joined us. So we're at the end of our time. If you would, sir, please, once again.
Wait, before we go there, because this man has spoke with us on the Black Business Olympics for an hour and a half. And I'm going to tell you, from the audience to directly to you, Jerry, wonderful life. Wonderful what you've been able to do. You were born with entrepreneurial shoes at a very young age, and I'm very, very proud of what you've been able to accomplish.
Thank you.
Now we want you to continue, because now you're telling Dr. Kelly some of his backstory. I heard some of that backstory. He told me what was happening when Bill Cherry took him from North Carolina up to New York, saw the expo, saw all these people. You see all these different business people doing good things. These are the types of things that I would want our young people to be exposed to, so they see that Black Wall Street is not something in the past, that it is something very vibrant and very viral right now.
Yep. And there's so much of a way for Black entrepreneurs to be successful and market their companies, as I touched on throughout this interview the past hour and a half, that did not exist 20, 30, 40 years ago. I often, when I talk to my former employees, I was just in Atlanta 3 weeks ago. Actually, it was 2 weeks ago, yesterday. I was there and I went out to dinner. I was passing through Atlanta on my way back from Alabama. So I stayed over in Atlanta with a former employee. And then the next night we went out to dinner. And I had 4 of my former employees there. And I said, can you imagine how successful we would have been, though we were at the pinnacle of success, created something bigger than had ever existed, but what we would have been able to do, not only quicker, but on an even bigger scale if we had the internet and social media. If we had that in the 90s,
Oh.
Because we used to have to call people on the phone. We used to have to mail things. We used to have to print up brochures. Being able to just touch a keyboard and do a mass mailing to, 20, 30,000 people all over the country as Black business people to do business with us, and then have them share that information. To be able to just market by Facebook and have a Facebook page for Black Expo USA. To be able, with a text message, to communicate. Because I used to sometimes in a year have, I'm just guessing now because I can't, let me just say 300. I probably have 800 to 1 million people visit Black Expo on an annual basis.
Yeah.
So just imagine if I had their numbers to text message 1 million Black consumers with one text message, just taking 2 minutes, and how many Black entrepreneurs I could have catapulted, because with a text message, we could reach 1 million people who came to Black Expo and say, here's our featured Black entrepreneur of the week, getting ready for the holiday season. Here's their website. Be sure to do business with them.
Yeah.
How transformative would that have been for our community?
Oh, and I'm just like glad we do have it now. What you said, I talked about a lot to our younger people, like back in my day, like, yeah, because I've been in sales, I've been in information technology for 30 years. Like, do you know what we had to do just to get your message? Now you don't need a storefront. You don't have to go out and have this big capital investment, like you said earlier. You got a cell phone and a laptop and access to people. That's the thing. And very quickly, and you've got something that's impactful, you've got a great message, like Dr. Tabitha has a great message. You can get that out there. And now, so what Dr. Kelly is doing with the Black Business Network, we're bringing it together. That's kind of what I've seen what happened. And you kind of alluded to this earlier. Like, I remember sitting in that one radio station, everybody listened to it, the whole community, listened to it. So we're all in that one spot. And then it kind of like peripheralated into so many different channels. Now we have an opportunity to bring that back on a virtual platform, because we know time and space, location, all those things are very important. We can bring them back. We've got this 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, right? We're doing it once a month now. Now we're going to even go into even greater cadence into 2024, because we need to do this. What I call it, we need to build our pyramid, right? We need to build our resources. We need to build our opportunities, so that Black dollar doesn't just stay in our community for 6 hours. It stays in our community throughout. So I really appreciate the work that you've done, because without what you've done, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing right now.
Oh, thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. So Dr. Tabitha, I know I interrupted you earlier. Let the people know how we get in contact with Mr. Jerry and keep the conversation going.
Oh, well, once again, you could reach me. The easiest way would be through the nonprofit that we have, which is called Black Spirit Group. So you could go to our website, blackspiritgroup.com. There's a form people can fill out, but more importantly, they can just email me at blackspiritgroup@gmail.com, and they could just send an email.
And do you have anything coming up? Is there anything of importance that's going on in your world that you would like the community to know about?
Well, currently I do have, there's one thing that is underway, but it's unrelated to business per se. I'm doing some work with the New York City Department of Education with a business I have called Thrive Skills, Inc. And I'm working with in-school programs. I originally started a Saturday school program, but it was too expensive, and even New York City Board of Education couldn't afford it. Then we shifted it to an after-school program that was expensive. So now we're doing it as in-school during class program. And it's really important because a lot of school systems, even New York, are short of teachers, and they need outside vendors to come into the schools and do programs, especially with the high school students. So I created a curriculum, so to speak. We call it manipulatives because it's not per se a curriculum, which gives students life skills. So for example, I'll just give you a quick rundown. I have outside people who work for me who go into the schools, and we teach students skills. One example is social media skills, cell phone, usage skills. Now, what do I mean by that? Our young people don't know because they grew up with cell phones. When you get on the bus, on the train, and public transportation, you should end your conversation. No one wants to hear you on the speaker on the bus and hear all your business. Okay, that transcends to walking in the school. That transcends to going into a job to fill out and to apply for a job or for a job interview, to working on the job. Okay, social media, something as simple and as relevant as we've seen today. Young people all have Instagram, Facebook. Well, we know that companies, before they hire you, especially big companies, hire companies to look at your social media history, your footprint. It could be something as innocent and as relevant as you sitting in your house. When I grew up, I had a poster behind me of Sly Stone, who was one of my favorite artists, or James Brown. Now, the worst thing they could have said, oh, that James Brown, he made a record, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Brown. Oh, that's Sly Stone, he made a record, I Want to Take You Higher, which really wasn't about drugs. It was just, I want to take you higher as a person in life,
I
right?
remember. Yeah.
But if you're a young person and you have behind you a poster of Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, Sean Combs, what is that person who is going to decide if you're going to get that job going to decide? Right. Is it a female who may have associated something that happened in her life or with a relative? And we know what Sean Combs is not just alleged, but has been involved in. That's not a good look for you. You need to get that off of your social media site, okay? Off of your profile. And we know that also because of what's happening in world events, college students and the like, they may have taken the position that they're against what is happening in the Middle East to the Palestinian people, and they could have went to a rally on their college campus, right? They could have held up a sign, ceasefire, but that could be on their social media post. Now they're applying for a job with a law firm, and the law firm is named Rosenbaum, or the law firm is named Teitelbaum, or whatever. Do you think they're going to get the job? So we're trying to, what we do, that's just one aspect, but we do other things, teaching young men how to hold the door for a person. Even one day when you have a car, the proper thing to do, the first time you say, Mom, I'm taking you for a ride, you walk around and you open up the door and you practice that, not just with your mother and grandmother, but with your aunt, your sister, your girlfriend, or a girl you're taking out for a date for the first time. We teach you that when you walk into your living room to have your dining room to have dinner, first thing you do is you pull the chair back for your mother or your sister before you sit down. These are skills that unfortunately a lot of our young people are not getting at home. The schools are welcoming these social skills. So that's what we're doing. We do it in a workshop, where the kids participate. They have a lot of fun. It's not somebody standing in front of somebody telling them. It's not somebody drawing on the blackboard or showing a video. Okay, young man, now you come over here. Young lady, we need you to come over here. And it's very interactive. So we do these social skills. We do interviewing skills with them, showing them how to do interviews for college. And it's a lot of preparation for things hopefully they could use for life. So that's one thing that I have. It's called Thrive Skills Inc. And that's the website that we have. And we are doing this with New York City public schools. I don't know if I want to get into doing it nationally. Some people are bugging me to do it and go after funds with the U.S. Department of Education. But the beginning of the year, I have a company I'm launching called Your Baby Fresh. And it's a line of baby products that I have. And I have a long-term plan with that. So I have Q-tips that are in colors, pink and blue. I'm manufacturing overseas. I have Band-Aids that have giraffes and ABCs on them, kids Band-Aids that I'm manufacturing, and they're in a tin can. So it's not in a paper little box. These are the kids Band-Aids that the kids will go into a store or go on my website and say, oh, that's real cute. And it's in a tin can, little tin.
I remember like the old Band-Aid boxes back in the 70s and whatnot. I know what you're talking about.
Yes. So I have that design. And then I have a baby lotion, a baby wash, and a diaper rash products that I'm manufacturing here in Florida with a gentleman who was an executive at Johnson & Johnson and retired. And he opened up a manufacturing plant here in Florida. So, and then I have some plans to grow that business exponentially through some other tie-ins with other products. So that's my 2024 launch by this.
Oh, that is wonderful. And I thank you both for being on the Black Business Network, the Black Business Olympics, the ultimate Black Business Network out there, Black Expo. I mean, we are doing it big, and because of Jerry, because of Dr. Tabitha, this is how we're able to do this. Genius is coming, and I'll see you both on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand an experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you